Easy, normal, or nightmare? Nightmare. Oh, I can't play nightmare. Okay, let's go normal.
Stephen King once wrote that nightmares exist outside of logic, and there's little fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story, the victim keeps asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest, and it's what we'll remember in the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer. I've always had a vivid imagination, but this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and weird, even by my standards. So yes, it began with a dream. Following a typical nightmare pattern, I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse. For some urgent reason, I couldn't remember. I'd been driving too fast down a coastal road to get there. I'd seen the hitchhiker too late. He was dead. I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again. Suddenly, his body was gone. I was in shock from the crash. I could hardly stay on my feet.
Look up to the light. Reverse the control to look up and down. No, it's fine. You can change camera settings in the menu. Use the left stick to walk. Alright. Hold LMB. This one? No. This one? No. This one? No. This one. Alright. Checkpoint reach. Lovely.
I had to go to the lighthouse. I knew there was something important waiting for me there.
Go to the lighthouse. Get to the lighthouse. Okay. The hitchhiker is alive. And he's coming after me with a bottle.
You don't even recognize me, do you, Ryder? You think you're God? You think you can just make up stuff? Play with people's lives and kill them when you think it adds to the drama? You're in this story now, and I'll make you suffer. You're a joke. There would be a single readable sentence in your books if it wasn't for your editor. You'll never publish another one of your shitty stories, 'cause I'm gonna kill you. It's not like your stories are any good. Not like they have any artistic merit. You're a lousy writer. Cheap thrills and pretentious shit. That's all you're good for. Just look at me. Look at your work.
Okay, well apparently my my written characters are alive? I don't know what's going on here. We have a code scan. I will not do that. But thank you. Press I to jump. That looks like a leap, but okay.
You missed your deadline.
You can dodge enemy attacks. Press LMB and that's to dodge. Okay.
You can't stop me.
Am I living? Good work. Successful dodges are sometimes highlighted with
realized
the
that the hitchhiker was a character from the story I'd been
cinematic
working on.
stuff. Checkpoint reached.
How does it feel to die by the hands of your own creation?
It feels good, I guess. Well, I guess we're running. Oh, wrong trail. Okay. Yeah, I'm coming.
Hurry!
I'm hailing as much as I can.
It's me! I'm Stuart, remember?
No.
Get inside! There's no time to lose! It's coming! Inside now!
Okay.
Get inside!
Yeah.
Oh no! Stop! No! Damn it, die! No! No! No!
Well, he's gone.
I was trapped. There was no way out.
That's a catchy tune. Are you okay, buddy?
The cabin was
Oh.
a death trap. I had to get out.
Can I grab the moose sounds? No? Okay. Oh, okay.
Follow the light.
I'm following the light. Apparently the light is
You are hurt.
stuck.
You should go into the light. You are only safe there.
Focus. Yes, it's a light. Stay in the safe haven until you're completely healed.
Well done. I have something important to tell you. It goes
Yes,
like
God.
this. For he did not know that beyond the lake he called home lies a deeper, darker ocean green, where waves are both wilder and more serene. To its ports I've been. To its ports I've been. Do you understand?
No, not really.
No.
Follow my light.
Okay, good.
I
Cool.
entered your dream to teach you. The darkness is dangerous. It's sleeping now. When it feels you coming, it will wake up. There's no time. I can only show you the most important thing. The hitchhiker has been taken over by the dark presence. You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects him from all harm. Only light can drive the darkness away and make him vulnerable again. Here, take the light.
Pick up.
Turn your flashlight toward him and burn the darkness away.
Press left trigger to boost the light. Okay.
You did it. Now the darkness no longer protects him, but it's still inside, controlling him. He can't be saved. He's still a threat. He is still your enemy. Here, take the gun.
Alright. Now with the gun. Pull with right trigger? Okay. Indeed.
Good. You've done well. Remember what I've taught you. That is all. I will give you back your dream now.
Thank you, God.
In the nightmare, a terrible darkness was taking over the world. The lighthouse was the last safe place on Earth.
Boosting the light with love trigger, blinds the enemies and burn the darkness away faster.
You made me this way, and now I'm gonna
Wait, what just attacked me?
This is it.
Oh, there are two of them. Oh. Well, okay then. Pick up flare gun and ammo. Use that to switch weapons. Okay. So where am I going?
Just like
Let me point my fleshy thing at you. Ow. Ow. Okay. I might need to change to the mouse and keyboard. It's not easy for me to aim with the controller.
just like
Okay, cool.
I can keep this up forever.
Oh, I guess we're running away. Is that a house? Did the house just drop down? Well, let's go and visit God, I guess. He is coming.
Wake up.
I'm waking.
Shh, baby. Just another nightmare. Everything's fine. You dozed off.
Right. Anything more than dozed off would be news for everyone.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here.
Welcome to Bright Falls. Okay. Checkpoint reach.
Let's act like we're on vacation. Go stand next to that old gentleman there. I want a shot of you with the town in the background.
Sure. I'll even give you a title for the shot. A city boy, moments before he got eaten by a bear.
Pause for Alice.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Oh,
Deerfest,
boy.
Huh? Did you hear that, honey?
You have a lovely wife, if you don't mind me saying. I'm Pat Maine, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm Alan Wake.
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station. Any chance I could get an interview?
Look, Mr. Maine, I'm on vacation. In fact, I'd appreciate it if we could keep my being here just between the two of us. I'm sure you understand.
Fair enough. You can trust me to be discreet. Not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you two have a lovely holiday.
Uh-huh. Well, don't
Very
worry.
nice.
I won't
Got
track
a
you.
couple of really good ones. And I see you made a friend. That's cute.
Right. Yeah?
Hey, bestseller. How's my favorite writer? Are you there yet?
Barry. Yeah, we just got here.
Are the locals giving you trouble? Just say the word, and I'll hop on a plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Great, great. Just want to make sure you can relax and recharge. So, how is the place? Has it gotten your creative juices flowing?
Barry, we're just settling.
Yes, they're flowing all over the place.
I'll call back later to make sure you're doing okay. And you call me if there's a problem, okay? Okay. I'm just looking out for you, buddy. Talk to you later.
I love you too, Barry.
You know he's going to be calling you every 5 minutes.
Barry is Barry. I can always turn off the phone.
What did I tell you?
Text message from Barry. He says hi to you too.
She doesn't seem
Alan,
amused.
we're here. Come on, let's get back to the car.
Get back to the car, alright. Oh, wait, is there someone else to talk to? Hello?
Damn yuppies.
Damn yippies, yep, I agree with you.
Come on, Slowpoke. You get the full service here.
Yeah, yeah,
All
yeah.
the arrangements. I drive the car. I'll even carry the bags. All you have to do is drag your cute butt into the car and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, sounds like you've got a lazy bastard for a husband.
Yeah, but I got a thing for him. Come on, you lazy bastard. Let's go.
Well, she's a keeper. Let's go.
We need to stop at the local diner to get the cabin key from the landlord, a Mr. Carl Stuckey. He's waiting for us. I'll go fill her up while you get the key. I'll pick you up here in, say, 15 minutes.
Sure.
Alan, thank you for coming here with me.
I love you too. Go on. I'll promise to behave. I'd forgotten there were still places like this. Towns where everybody knew everybody.
Oh, look, it's me.
Dear Diner.
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me. I'm looking for...
Mr. Wake. Alan Wake. Oh, God. I am your biggest fan.
Oh,
I know
boy.
people say that all the time, but I really am.
I'm glad to hear that.
Rose.
Rose, I'm looking for Mr. Stuckey. Carl Stuckey?
Carl? Oh, of course, Mr. Wake. He must have gone to visit the restroom. He'll be back in a moment. I can't believe it. I've got all your books. I got the cutout from the bookstore when they took it out of the window.
And you keep it here. Well, okay. Good for you.
I can examine myself.
Don't blame me when you fall in love. 'cause it'll break your heart when you have to leave.
Rusty here is no longer human. Nothing but black coffee under a thin layer of skin.
Yeah, that makes two of us.
Let's examine myself, apparently.
Are you
Right.
staying long, Mr.
So
Wake?
much for a quiet vacation.
I can't believe it. I'm having a conversation with Alan Wake. Are you on your own, or is your wife with you? I can show you the town if you want. I get off work at 6.
Thanks, Rose. We'll be sure to keep that in mind.
What? What is this lady suggesting?
Do
Oh,
me a
what?
favor, Sonny.
Oh.
I could really use a tune right now. Coconut, number 6 in the jukebox. I'd do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep. Bad circulation. Yeah.
Are you serious? Coconut again? You disgust me. Call yourself a rocker. Unbelievable. Ha!
Alright. Use
You put the
jukebox.
lime in the coconut. Drink them both up.
Just because we're brothers, don't think I won't murder you in your sleep.
It does that. Get stuck. Yeah. You need to give it a good solid whack.
Apparently I can walk to this sign. Can I come inside? Can I have a chat with you? Also, what is this lady doing? Lady, is everything okay?
Don't go in there, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
I think I can handle it, ma'am. I didn't want to wait. I wanted to find Stucky, to get the key and get out as soon as possible. The waitress was giving me a headache. Overeager fans always did.
Well, it would definitely help if the old lady stopped messing around with the switch.
Hello? Mr. Stucky?
Are you Stucky?
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish
Thank
you
you.
would stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife.
Oh.
I insist.
Thanks.
That's not creepy at all.
Cauldron Lake is a special place. Very inspiring.
Why she's wearing a veil? Did she kill Mr. Stucky?
I am so happy this could be arranged.
I don't think I feel the same way.
You got lucky this time, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark. This really ought to be fixed, and then I must remind Sarah to change the lights at the station. It's been too long already.
Well, you have a lamp in your hands. Why aren't you just using your lamp, lady? Like you literally hold the lamp.
Even that sounds better than your singing.
Are you alright?
Splendid, splendid. Damn hernia. It swells up like a balloon if I lift anything heavier than a spoon. Yeah, splendid, splendid. It's been a long time, Tom. Good to see you.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a bottle on you, would you, Tom?
I wish.
Why do they call me Tom? My name is not
The
Tom.
Andersons, they're, local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Cool.
I'll be heading back to work as soon as Dr. Hartman gets here, Rose. Oh, but I'm not looking forward to the poison we have at the Park Cafe.
Bye, Mr. Wake.
Bye.
Mission accomplished. The key and the directions.
My hero. I got some flashlights, just in case.
Just in case, yes.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
That diner was a real nut house.
Can you believe this place? This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice. I'll figure it out when we get back home. Okay?
Okay. We can talk about this later.
Batman here on PBFF.
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bury my head in sand.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years. Not since my last book.
And now the weather. It's gonna be a clear night, so you folks in the big city might want to look up every once in a while. See those stars winking down at you? It gets pretty dark out here, but they'll light your way.
Wow.
Diver's
It's
Isle.
gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right. Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark. And I've got the flashlight.
I know. I'm okay.
Alice had a phobia. The fear of darkness. I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on before sunset.
Is there something around there before I go in there? Don't mind me, Alice, I'm just going to take a short hike for a second. The game just allows me to leave, okay. Don't mind me. I will just be climbing this entire mountain. There is a carrier. Focus.
The cabin obviously got its name from the shape of the island. It looked like a giant bird leg. Alice had mentioned that the lake was a caldera. There was a dormant volcano under it.
Well, we're collecting coffee thermoses. Is it to feed our addiction or something? I don't know. Our coffee addiction? Well, I guess that was that. Time to trek back down the mountain. I do go to say though, I like the way they made the water. The water is very nice looking. The shadows, however, is a bit finicky. Like sometimes you can see them vibrate, which is a bit weird. But it might also be my graphic card, who knows. Okay, apparently we are not talking anymore. Is there anything here? Other than a bunch of wood? So much wood.
An old generator had been connected to the power cable.
Get the power on. Okay. Press A. Okay, see, easy enough.
The lights are on. Good work, honey. I'll freshen up a bit and start settling in.
Okay, I'll look around a bit.
Sure thing. Have fun.
No, that means there's... Come on. Well, okay then.
It was a beautiful place. I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work. I thought we could be happy here.
Until apparently my characters came to life and attacked us in the cabin. Hello?
Alice? Honey?
Alice, why is there a horse right there? Exam.
A shoebox filled with books by Thomas Zane sat on the shelf. I'd never heard of him before.
Wait, what are the titles? The Temple of... What is that? The Temple of Shadow and Mist, the Labyrinth of Me, Inner Dream to Prevail, and Kept from Sleep. Okay, I don't think this means anything. Oh look, another thermos. I need to make sure that I get my dose. My 100 thermos dose. What's that?
The old door had played a trick on me. Alice wouldn't have come out in the dark.
Guests have already started to arrive. Just ran into one on the ferry. A famous artist, no less. We'll see if we can rope him into an interview later on. Now let's go to the phones. Caller, you're on KBF-FM.
Hi, Pat. It's Rose.
Why, hello, Rose. What's on your mind?
I know who that famous artist was. It was Alan Wake, wasn't it? He's my favorite writer.
Well, Rose,
Oh boy.
I just saw him at the diner. Oh, I am so excited he's here.
I'm sure he's glad to be here, too. Well, folks, I guess the secret's out. This is Pat Maine on KBF-FM. And now some music.
Great. So much for keeping a low profile.
Well, at least now everyone knows that I'm in town. So if I'm dead or if I disappear, at least someone knows where to find me. Or not, I should be somewhere around there.
Alan, I'm upstairs. I have a surprise for you.
Okay, I'll come back to you in a second then. Let me check out what's going on down here. Focus.
The water was black. I couldn't help but imagine all sorts of horrors lurking in the depths below.
Can I take a swim? No? Okay, cool. Well, let's go check out my surprise. I can't turn it off. Is there anything else to do before I go upstairs to meet my wife?
Alan, come here, Slowpoke. I'm waiting.
Yeah. You can wait a bit more. Interesting.
Surprise!
Alice? What is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past...
Damn it, Alice, you... Everyone
Hey,
keeps...
hey, just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists. Maybe
So now you want to get me committed?
No, it's not like that. That's not... Alan? Alan?
Just don't! I don't want to hear it! God damn it,
Wait,
Alice!
what just happened?
God damn it! I knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark. I needed some time alone to think things through. Damn it. Alice? Alice? Alice! The cabin had gone dark. All the lights were out.
Alice, I'm coming! It's all right, I'm coming!
How?
What the hell?
I'm coming, wife.
Alice? Alice?
Oh well, she's dead, I guess. Oh yeah, she's definitely dead.
Keep going.
Wake up.
Alice? Waking up in the crashed car felt like I had woken from one nightmare and entered another. I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice. The phone was dead. I'd have to find help on foot.
Checkpoint reached. What's that?
Among Alice's things was a book, The Creator's Dilemma, by a Dr. Emil Hartman. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't like it, and I didn't like the guy's smug face on the cover either.
I really didn't like the cover. The guy was too smug, okay. Okay.
The gas station was my best bet. They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike through the forest to get there.
The gas station. Alrighty. Can I just jump down? No. Okay, I guess we're going the long way.
Damn.
I see. Okay. We'll comment there in a second what is on the other side. Ah, the car fallen down. I see. Well, apparently I can fall from there.
Damn.
Okay, this is just a bunch of orcs. Yeah, I guess there's only one pathway. Okay, that's fine. So let us just round down the mountain path, I guess. Maybe I'll find more coffee thermoses on the way down. It's the light. It's God again.
Hello? Is someone there? The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night.
And let me guess, the guy is going to show up in 2 seconds. You found the manuscript page, you can access them from the select button.
Departure by Alan Wake. The man turned to face me. His face was covered in shadows. It was hard to make him out in the darkness of the forest that surrounded us, but the axe he lifted was plain to see. It glistened with the blood of his victim. He grinned madly. The shadows were alive, distorting his features. It was a scene from a nightmare, but I was awake.
Because you are Alan Wake. Alright.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident.
So, may I borrow your axe? I promise I won't give it back.
The lights up ahead were a good sign. Maybe I wouldn't have to hike all the way down to the gas station to find a phone.
Come on, let me move it. Come on. Okay, no coffee. How do I enter the area? Caution. Employees must wear protective eyewear at all times. Can I just walk on the log, I guess? Oh. Apparently that's so high.
Please, I've been in an accident.
If I take damage from that.
Hey! Hey, you!
Phil!
There's been an accident. I need help.
Listen,
I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in...
Oh, hell.
Carl Stucky.
Pleased
To meet you. Non-refundable reservation deposit required. Fair and square.
Fair and square. Mr. Stucky. Oh, look, Mr. Stucky, I found your coffee. Oh, another manual script. Nice. Oh. Well, almost got rolled over. He is very spry for an old man.
I had to figure a way out of this. Any second now, and Stucky would be knocking on the door with his axe like Nicholson in The Shining.
Okay. That's a weird reference, but okay. Use the switch to switch weapons and throwables. Pick up batteries. Pick up more batteries.
trying. It's the latest thing. Incontestably proven.
Yes.
Elfman, let you
Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
Oh well, looks like that got destroyed.
and keep those cholesterol levels.
This is bad.
Come on, time to live. I took down the entire house. Okay. Don't mind me.
There were more of them.
Oh, come on, I'm dodging. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay. Okay. That's how you want to play it? Very well. Very well.
There were more of them. My head pounded with a concussion. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me sick.
They're fine. Nothing to worry
The dark
about.
forest was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice. I had to get to the gas station. Eerie hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it.
Oh nice, a flare gun. I assume that I'm passing over that. Yes, okay.
It's rabbit season.
Hello. Can I crouch? Well, guess I'm making my way down, I don't know. It's the veil lady.
What
okay.
the hell was that? When I saw the river below, something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water.
Oh look, another coffee thermos in the middle of nowhere. This town sure loves the coffee thermoses. They basically spread them all over the place. Oh look, another manuscript. Should probably check them out, right? Oh wait, they're like not in order. Oh, can I read this one, I guess?
The Taken stood before me. It was impossible to focus on it, as if it stood in a blind spot caused by a brain tumor and eye disease. It was bleeding shadows like ink underwater, like a cloud of blood from a shark bite. I was terrified. I squeezed the flashlight like my life depended on it, willing it to stop coming any closer. Suddenly something gave, and the light seemed to shine brighter.
Okay. I have no idea where I'm supposed to go. But I guess I need to find another... Well, apparently someone is here to see me. Okay, so this is where the main escape was.
In the dark, stalking me.
This is where I came from, I believe. Oh. So that should be the exit, right? Nice, some lithium batteries and ammo right on the floor. Nothing is weird about that. Oh, hello. Oh, there are two of them. Don't mind me, I'm just going to run around here. Okay. No, but so now where was I? That looks like the area I came from, so I don't want to go here. Yeah, this is where I picked my stuff. So the question is, where is the exit from here? Come on, you can do it. Come on. There we go. There we go. An arrow up. Okay.
Taken. They're taken.
The Taken are filled with darkness. Okay. Well, Got another cache. More batteries, thank you. Yeah. Guess I need to go back home. Not this way. But I can't climb that. Where am I going? Caution. Proceed at your own risk. Logging area ahead. Okay. Interesting.
The staircase was broken. I had to make my way up some other way.
Okay, so they want me to go up. Understood.
I couldn't stay here. There had to be a way to get up there.
How do I get up there? Oh look, another thermos. So ridiculous. Can I climb on the single piece of log? Apparently not, okay. There are no ladders for me to climb.
With all this forestry equipment around, there had to be something I could use to reach the top.
I would like to use that, but I apparently can't move it. Oh, hello. Wait, extraing? That's cheating, sir. Okay. Okay, so we got this activator. So apparently we can go inside there. Oh, I got more menu skips. A shotgun, wait, thank you. I don't have a lot of bullets though, so I will keep using my revolver. I think I'm good. Help me out, please. Sell. Sell. I would like to live. Okay, apparently you need to jump on the door in order to open it. Move log lift. Maybe. That's over here. And hope. Checkpoint reached, nice. Can I grab some beans? No, okay.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you are probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, take a moment. Step outside for a spell and breathe in deep. The weather is absolutely still. The sky is crystal clear. It's like the forest is quietly breathing along with you. As you listeners know, I'm a night owl, and it's on nights like this I wish I wasn't cooped up in the studio. Makes an old man like me wish I could just roam wild. But here I am, and who'd keep you company all night long if I weren't? It looks like I'm not the only one staying up late. Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, Pat, it's Maurice Horton.
Hello, Maurice. What are you up to?
Well, I was just taking Toby on his walkies.
Oh, isn't it beautiful out there?
Sure, but Pat, the reason I called is that Toby heard something rustling in the undergrowth and took off after it, and I couldn't find it.
Probably a rabbit.
Sure. Toby loves rabbits.
Well, sure.
Anyway, I figured that, you know, if anyone runs into Toby, they could grab him. My number's on his collar.
And Toby's a friendly dog?
Toby loves people. Usually he comes back, but we were pretty far from home, and it sounds like he went pretty wild there. Great dog, but he's just too dumb for his own good.
Well, Maurice, it's out there now. Hope Toby comes home soon.
Yeah, thanks, Pat.
You have a good night now.
I have a feeling Toby's not going to be very friendly. I don't know why, but I have this weird suspicion. Okay. Another flare gun. But this is where I came from. Guess I'm just going up. Oh look, there are another manuscript piece. I guess I would just check them out later. Even though I think I already missed a couple probably.
The gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no contest. Monster Dog is second best. The famous dog is...
Okay. Hello, Sal. Where are you? Let's go. Let's go. No, let's go. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I literally can't do anything. Okay, well, that was interesting. Let's try it again. Oh, apparently I don't have my flare gun. Hold on. Hold on. Also, I'm missing my extra shotgun bullets. I believe it was around there. Okay.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you are probably...
But let's try it again. But this time I'm not going to touch the machine.
The gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no contest. Monster Dog is second best. The famous dog is...
There we go. Wait, what? All right. Let's try it again now. Save something. Apparently it's not that safe. Why did you jump on the branch? What? Okay.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you are probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, breathe in deep. The weather is absolutely still. The sky is crystal clear. It's like...
Alright, I'm going to do it very nice and
The
slow.
gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Oh look, another thermos.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no contest. Monster Dog is second best. The famous dog is...
Okay, safe haven. Alright. Is that another thermos? Yep. Oh. Okay. I have no idea where I'm going. But at least I have this safe haven nearby. Oh god, there are so many of them. What do you mean I dodged? Oh my god, there are just too many. I can't kill all of them. I need to keep running. Alright, just focus on running. I'm dodging! Man, escape. Well, I'm lost. Okay. I guess I could kill all of them. That works out better for me. I might try to just kill everything. Okay, they are coming back though. So that's not a good solution. I'm stuck. Safe again over there. Okay, there we go. Finally found where I'm supposed to go. Okay. Another flare gun, okay. This guy ever wrote a feeling about salads, apparently. Alright. Where are you? Move away, please. Okay, so. Alright. Let's pick that up. All of that. All of that.
Science. It bestows immortality on those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a quantum suicide. If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous man to change the script. Having called a press conference, Dr. Barclay Colvin is about to demonstrate that very courage.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute. Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real experiment, known as a quantum suicide.
What?
Suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right? Please, please, stay calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, two new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did. With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
This guy is going to die.
What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes, of course, but that's completely trivial. There's an infinite number of things that could happen at any moment, and they always do happen somewhere. The point is, this one thing did not happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality.
And he's dead.
Poor Dr. Colvin, felled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses. Perhaps he should have left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. In Night Springs.
If I had to guess, like whatever was plugged in was probably jamming the gun or something. But yeah, that was That was expected to happen. Okay. Seems safe enough. Other than the machine, they are moving a bit. Oh look, another miniskill. Hello? Any boys? Checkpoint reached. Oh. Hello. Oh. Oh, oh, oh.
Even with the engine having tools. Is it easy?
Okay, let's pick up some more ammo. No, no, no. Let me go. Well, he was a bored sponge.
Stucky's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come, assuming I'd reached the lights of the gas station alive.
Alright, fully stocked again. Oh look, more coffee. Okay, that was weird. Another checkpoint range. Nice.
I recognized the parade float I had seen in Bright Falls when I first arrived with Alice. After the insanity I had just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting. At least for a moment, the sane world reasserted itself. The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now.
Is there any...
The garage was a mess. It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight.
All right. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness.
Is that me?
I can feel a presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her. I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy. Was I losing my mind?
Use the phone.
Great Falls Sheriff Station.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker, you are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen, I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake, not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
I've just murdered him and he becomes smoke. Nothing special, you know. It's the normal thing around these parts of town, I guess. She looks a bit intimidating. Alan Wake. End of episode 1. Okay, let's keep that.
Previously on Alan Wake. I came to Bright Falls with my wife, Alice.
Thank you for coming here with me. I thought maybe you could write here.
I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice.
Now, she's missing.
Alice? Alice?
I woke up behind the wheel of a crashed car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at. But the cabin had disappeared.
Episode 2, Taken. 3 years ago, in New York.
Honey, I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up.
Oh, don't worry, I have a bunch of thermoses. I can just grab one of them for my cash.
Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Apparently I can go outside. What am I looking at? Exam. My books. Pick up manuscript. Yeah. Exam. Oh, say something. Okay, let's go and speak to my wife.
Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
On occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
Oh, really?
Well, you seemed to think so last night.
Uh-huh. I'm pretty sure this is like a cover for my book, what she's working on even right now on the PC. Like the W looks at the same W on the books.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called.
Darkness.
Alan, please check the fuse box.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
I'm right here, baby.
I'm fine. Just get the lights back on now, please.
Alright. Focus. I focused.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay. Hi.
You okay?
Hello.
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
Complicated.
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Doc Nelson was the image of a small-town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had called him to the station to take a look at the cut in my head.
And apparently was fishing. He even got his fish right here.
I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this, Doc.
Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after if you prefer a lure. Now, if you want either trout or salmon, on the other hand, then it's fly fishing for you. You a fishing man, Mr. Wake? Oh, doesn't really matter, I suppose. But it can be very relaxing out there. You can't get me off the water this time of year. Closest thing to heaven.
I'll take your word for it, Doc.
Alright.
I believe you'll find the sheriff in her office. Just go down the corridor.
She can wait. First I need to explore to see if there are any more thermoses lying around. Got to collect them all after all. Wait. 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 Wait, there we go. Have you seen this man? Disappeared on the 6/20/07. Identifying feature. Neck for winning contests. That's a weird identifier, but okay. Okay, so this is her office. I don't want to come here yet. This is where I just came from.
Mr. Wake, the sheriff is waiting for you in her office down the corridor.
Yeah, she can wait.
That was Cynthia Weaver. I guess you can call her the town eccentric. She used to be the editor of the local newspaper, but she's focused on, other things these days.
She'd fit right in where I come from.
As you can see, she's a little obsessed with maintaining the light bulbs of the whole town, refuses to step on shadows, things like that. Back in her day, she wrote about all sorts of weird things in the paper. Bright Falls has a colorful history. Of course, what small town hasn't?
Why did she mention this lady out of nowhere? I find it very weird. I haven't mentioned this lady. Why did she talk about this lady? An escape page. Thank you.
Yeah, it's Mulligan here. I'm at Stucky's gas station with Thornton. There's no sign of him. Over.
Wait. Yeah, this is Thornton. Look, we've located the parade float. It's here. That's some good news, right? Stucky was supposed to be driving it at the rehearsals today. Over.
Oh, give me that. Mulligan here. Looks like someone really thrashed the garage. Over.
Okay, roger that, guys. Keep looking for Stucky. Jane's out.
Okay, so apparently I'm not completely crazy, because there are no bodies left after I shot a bunch of them. Which is good. It means
wants to see you in her office, Mr. Wake.
Yeah, I'm going. So that's good, it means I won't get caught for killing a bunch of guys. Let's go inside.
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
Thank you.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alice, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak. Midnight. Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
Okay, apparently shadow people are watching me.
Mr. Wake, can I help you with anything?
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor. Just don't mind Walter in there. He's one of our regulars.
I thought he quit drinking.
I couldn't go anywhere yet.
Oh,
I
you
had to
such
play
luck.
along with the
He went
caller.
on a bender
Alice's
and bit
life was
Danny
at
pretty
stake.
badly. He started shouting like that the moment he woke up.
Okay.
You can get to the back lot through that door and down the corridor, Mr. Wake.
Can you turn the lights on?
No. Oh look, it's another manscape, yes. In the cell,
Please help me, man! I hate this! I can't...
Okay, shut up, there you go.
You're alright. You're a good guy. Don't let anybody tell you different. You know, I shouldn't even be in here. The cops, they got it all wrong. See, sure, I beat him up, but I wasn't drunk. I mean, I wasn't drunk at the time. I only got drunk afterward. Okay,
Uh-huh.
listen, you gotta listen carefully now.
I'm listening.
Here's the kicker. That wasn't Danny. No, sir. It only looked like him. You wanna know who it really was? I'll tell you who it really was. It was a goddamn space alien! I know it sounds like something a drunk would say, but believe me, I wasn't drunk then.
Uh-huh. Yeah, sure, I believe you. Now let me turn back the light off. Okay.
Oh, why'd you do that for? You're with them, aren't you? You're those space aliens! You think you got me right where you want? Will you just wait? You just wait!
Alright, I will wait for you.
The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, go through the fence on the left.
The fence on the left. Oh wait, there's a thermostat. Also a radio.
Well, folks, it's been another long night, and it's about time for me to sign off for a while. God knows I need my beauty sleep. Just one more item before I go. It's been a busy night for the sheriff's department. We've had a few broken windows, even a report of shots fired on Main Street. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton had to deal with two intoxicated young men who were celebrating the completion of their Deerfest float. Now, folks, we get this every year. I know it's exciting, the big day's almost here, but let's save it for the party and leave the gunplay for the shooting competition, huh? There's no point in getting all worked up yet.
Okay.
The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the police station. There was something for me in an abandoned car.
Focus. Okay. I don't think we have anything yet. Okay, I just go do what they want me to do. So, how do I... Kick. Oh my. My kick is quite impressive. I literally shot at it.
Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
Barry?
Ow! Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. Oh, I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Ow! What the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
Okay, there we go. Can I jump over that? I cannot. Can I jump over that? I can. Okay, cool. Let's go meet with Barry, I guess.
A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson
Marvelous.
might have inadvertently caused.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. but I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh, hey! Oh my! Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move! Get your hands off of my client!
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
What the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him.
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Billy?
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan.
Uh-huh, Billy. I see what you're planning, Billy. And I do not approve, Billy. Back to Charlie, Colombian mammoth. Oh god, okay. The skeleton of Colombian mammoth, Mammuthus columbi, the specimen, estimated to be 14,000 years old, was recovered from the La Brea tar pits in 1981. It was donated to the Elder National Park in 1998, when the Colombian mammoth became Washington state fossil, named Buck Tooth Charlie. It has since become the park's official mascot. Where is all of this information written down? Because I don't see it written anywhere.
Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy and his body just disappeared?
And I'm a
When was
magician.
the last time you slept? Are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week, and someone's got Alice.
Do
and
you
everything's
understand what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
Wait here.
The funny farm? That sounds like a fun time. Oh look, another thermos. I should tell him about my thermos obsession, but apparently I have a lot of them. Okay.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure. What happened?
Crazy poachers. Max here got his foot caught in a trap. They're illegal to use here. Hell, you're not supposed to hunt within the park at all. But that doesn't stop some lowlifes. Well, at least Max is gonna be okay. He got lucky. Max is still groggy from the shot I gave him, and I'd rather not leave him alone just yet. The form's on the desk across from the mammoth skeleton.
Alright.
Okay, boy, we're almost done. You can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster. You gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
No. This whole thing... Listen, you hit your head. I mean, geez, Al, come on. You gotta understand how crazy all this sounds. If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha ha, let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now.
Okay, well, you keep standing down. Let me just pick that up. Alright. What's this? Nothing. Okay, let's go give the phone for the guy. Come on, take it.
I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too.
Okay, thank you.
If you have any trouble finding it, just keep your eyes on the radio mast. It's right below that. Oh, and hey, if you take a walk in the woods, watch your steps so you don't end up like Max. I guess I'm a little worried. We got a bunch of campers out there we haven't heard from. It's not like these people are on a schedule, but with the traps, well, you know. I just don't want any trouble.
Oh, don't worry, I killed all of them, so you don't have anyone to worry about anymore.
Look, Al, you're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with too long tangled up sleeves, and eating a healthy diet of pills. Al, you make cruel jokes about people who believe that kind of stuff. You're the skeptic. You gave me an hour-long lecture on homeopathy last month. What was it? If there's no proof, it's pure bullshit. Period.
Guess the laugh's on me then.
Al, come on! I mean, okay, maybe something weird happened to you, okay?
Well, thanks for the heartfelt vote of confidence.
All I'm saying is you gotta throw me a bone here, bestseller. What would you think if it was me? There's no way you should be going out at midnight with a gun.
No one asked you to come here, Barry. Either work with me on this or go straight back to New York. Your choice.
Okay, I will walk with you. Do we have anything else? No? Cool. Oh, guess we are going to the car.
That's just crazy talk, Al. Al? Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her! This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. You're my best friend and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be deliverance all over again.
I have a feeling Barry will die from allergies before anything.
I'll bet there's mold in here, spores, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so not worth a 15% commission.
Well, you decide to come over.
You want to know where you can shove that flashlight? Watch where you point that thing, Al.
I'll point right into your face. Oh look, another coffee. And batteries. Oh, I don't see anything, so bye. Switch lights.
Real funny, Al. Real funny. Ha ha! Thank you. I'll just sit here in the dark till you come back, or until I get eaten by a grue.
Okay, no comments apparently. Alright. Yeah, there we go. Let's go.
I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Walk through the door now.
Yeah, okay. You stay there. Oh look, another miniscope. I don't see anything else. I guess I don't have anything to pick up.
I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
The call. That was a very loud call. Okay, so we have that pathway, we have that pathway, and we have that pathway. Guess we'll check them by order. Hello?
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own Dr. Nelson has just parked his rear end in the studio. Doc, what's your Deerfest plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seem to manage. No plan, really. Just taking the atmosphere. I'm getting a little too rickety to do much more than that, you know.
Oh, tell me about it. No sack race for us older gentlemen, huh?
Yes, exactly, Pat. But I'm gonna check out the parade, of course. And I'll be one of the pie contest judges, too.
Well, that takes a different kind of constitution.
Oh, yeah. It's my kind of exercise.
Now, Doc, seriously, you're in pretty good shape, though. You're the outdoors type. I know for a fact you're an avid fisherman.
That's right. Matter of fact, just caught a heck of a largemouth bass early this morning.
But you're not taking part in the fishing contest?
No, not this year. See, Pat, I'm just not that competitive anymore. Now I just like to take my time and enjoy the peace of it. It's no fun if I need to worry about what I'm catching, you know?
Considering your track record, the participants are probably pretty happy you feel that way.
Well, Pat, that's kind of you to say.
Okay, so it was a random banter about fishing. Alrighty. Let's turn the light off. No reason to waste power. Okay. Alright, what do we have down here? Can I swing? Apparently touching the swing have triggered an earthquake. Alan, are you awake? Probably not. Still sleeping? Come on, you cannot go up. How are you doing, Miss Purple? Are you awake? Am I? That's a good question. Are you? Kick. My kicking powers are impressive as always. Before I shut stuff, now I just straight up make the door fall over. Not loot. Man.
Crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are impossible to punish, especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Man in the Mirror.
He's inside, Agent. He's a weird one.
So, you're confessing to killing that guy, huh? Why?
Had it coming?
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, you're a nice guy. Normal. Took a kid to a soccer game. So how come at the game, you pick a guy and, quoting from the arresting officer's report here, assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the weapon of choice being a pair of bare fists? Wow, that sentence really flows, huh?
Yes, I smacked him in his head area. That's how I describe everyone's head.
But why? Who was that guy? We couldn't ID him. Why would a guy like you do him like that?
I didn't like his face.
Okay.
I hated it, because you really went to town there. I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him either.
That must be difficult.
But then we ran the fingerprints. Got a match. Your prints. Identical.
Huh, how about that?
Your son said you were wearing a white shirt when you took him to the game. But the white shirt is on the dead guy.
It's plenty red now.
You won't get away with this.
Do you really think that's in any way relevant to me? I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right? You think he's ever gonna be okay? I left my mark. Believe me.
You bastard.
What? You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will. Don't worry. Maybe you'll see me again, Agent. Maybe in the mirror.
Well, okay then. Apparently the man in the mirror came out, killed the guy, and took his identity. Well done. That was an exciting episode, I guess. What else do we have here? A phone. Okay, I can't use that. More manual pieces. Are you familiar with the game, Miss Purple? Have you played Alan Awake before? Have you woken up for Alan? Nope, never heard. I never heard of it. It's quite an old game. I mean, I did hear about it. I just never played it. Or watched anyone play it, I guess.
The vision left me weak. This was no head injury.
Damn. Rusty, hang on! I'm coming! Please, help me!
Interesting. Elderwood National Park, Washington. Visitor Center. After the stream with the Embryo Ball in... I'm now curious what to play. That game was interesting. I have to admit, it was it was quite something. I didn't expect it either. Cafe souvenir shop, visitor center. Do I have to help you? I don't want to help you. Oh, another miniscope.
The ranger's office was locked. I'd need a key to get in.
Okay, apparently I need to get the key. Oh look, more coffee. My coffee addiction keeps growing, I guess. Oh, my coffee collection. I think I have like over 20 thermoses by now. Okay.
Back here. I'm back here. Hey, please help me. I'm here. I'm hurt. I can't move.
Mr. Wake?
Oh, hell.
It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back.
I think he's dead.
Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened.
Am I supposed to read the manuscript? Okay. We have a lot to read apparently. Alrighty.
It's true what they say about the fall and the sudden stop at the end. I'd lain here in the snow while the lurid chain of scenes that had led me here kept playing in my head. A rerun of my own private snuff movie. A memory of my corpse. Alone at my own wake. Thinking in metaphors again. The femme fatale was gone. Only a sour taste remained of the kiss that killed me. This was a late goodbye. 13 years after I'd gotten my revenge, it had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers.
A slushy, huh? Okay.
Leisurely dripped down to the sewer, mingling with the bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now. My wife and my baby. Honey, I'm home.
In spite of its human mask, to describe the dark presence as intelligent would have implied human qualities on something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain. Horrible as it was, the writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power. The kidnapper fired his gun one last time, and the shadow vanished into the darkness it had come from. See? Nothing to it, Wake. The thought of Alice in his hands was revolting. We stood on the wooden platform of Lover's Peak, the waterfall on the mountain behind us, the lights of the radio mast blinking red in the heights above. I fought with the urge to take a swing, force myself to speak. Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife? Alice looked through the viewfinder, lining up the shot. Cauldron Lake was breathtaking. Something caught her eye. A figure standing in the shadows behind the cabin, like a thin woman in a black dress. She lowered the camera and looked again. No one there. Just a collection of bushes that looked vaguely human-shaped. She shook her head and laughed. Barry had never gotten along with Alice, but he knew Alan loved her with an almost frightening intensity. And now something had happened to Alice. And here was Al armed with a gun and saying things people got put in padded cells for. It was as if his friend had experienced a massive psychotic episode and was now totally disconnected from reality. It scared the shit out of Barry. The air in the visitor center was heavy with an awful smell, as if some rotten drowned thing had crawled up from its grave. Rusty kept coughing blood. My eyes were drawn to the twisted shape of his broken leg. The attack had been vicious. Max whined in his cage. Rusty's eyes were wild with fear and terror. He gasped. Mr. Wake, it happened just the way it was on that page. The visitor center was sturdy, but the impact turned the front of the building into splinters. Rusty was thrown across the lobby like a rag doll and hit the far wall hard. It didn't hurt until he tried to move and saw his leg bend the wrong way, felt the broken rib stabbing him on the inside. Rusty howled in pain and fear, suddenly afraid to die alone.
So why did they want us to read that? This wasn't very useful. Apparently was missing a bunch of them. Okay. Oh, it's a doggo.
Shh, good boy.
Quite interesting that he's just like sitting there, not barking, not anything, but okay. Well, I guess we're done here. Okay.
The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on.
Which, how do I do? Alright. I have more manuscripts. I'm not going to bother to read all of them. They basically describe whatever we're saying, so it's not that important. I will take the ammo though. Definitely could use more ammo.
I was too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on.
Rusty!
Huh. Well, I guess Rusty is dead. Better check it out, I guess.
covered with oily patches that look like liquid darkness.
What? Okay. No, don't worry, I'm just going to clean up the sludge real quick before coming to see you, Barry. Yeah, they don't like the light. That's how you fight things. You shine your flashlight on them, and then they
Something had
freak
torn a
out, I guess.
mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
Oh, that's a very big hole.
Please don't feed the animals.
Fishing
is only permitted
for those visitors who purchase a park
fishing
license. Obey.
Hello.
At all times. Rusty, no! Never. Two bears and wolves. Never approach any other wildlife closer than
25 yards.
Pets must be leashed.
At all times.
Never leave your
pet unattended.
It is to remove any
natural objects
or historical artifacts from the park
grounds.
This includes even rocks. You may or even simple berries.
Alright. Oh, there's more. There we go. Easy peasy. Well, at least now we know what happens to people when they die. They become shadow people. What am I doing here? Oh, okay, this opens up. Checkpoint reached. Hello, Moshi Moshi.
What the hell was that? I saw from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it.
Well, Barry is definitely going to die. What else do we have here? This takes me somewhere. Oh look, another manuscript. I would like more ammo, if there is any. Okay, this looks like that. Alright, I guess we're going down. For your safety, stay on designated hiking trail. Uh-huh. Checkpoint reached. Lover's Peak, there we
was
go.
at the far end of the nature trail.
But before that we have loot, apparently. There we go. I will take that. And I will take whatever is in here. Yeah. It's very hard to see in the dark. Thank you. So let's go see what's going on Lover's Peak. Well, shadow people. Oh boy. Ow. Where is he going? What? What? What just happened? The character just turned around. Okay.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
I guess we are making this trek again in order to get the loot. Alright, let's try it again. I don't have that many revolver bullets, so I can't really miss my shots. Marshy, marshy. Oh. Huh. Well, okay then. I'm just going to go
at the
to
far end of the nature
I need to kill them first. Because they're going to keep doing that. Okay, let's go. Ready? Okay. Let's give it one more attempt.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
So let's go, boys. There we go. Okay, 7 bullets. Might as well go grab the battery real quick. If I will remember where it was. There we go. Alright. So I need to go towards the light, I assume. That's kind of far away. Checkpoint reached. Okay, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Another manual. Or manuscript. No, not manual. Manuscript. Bullets? Bullets, please. No? Where am I? Okay, checkpoints. shotgun ammo. Shotgun. I might have to use the shotgun. I don't have enough revolver bullets. Alright. Hello. What? What? Okay. A bear. Wait, what? A handheld flare or something. I didn't manage to read everything. What, I dodged, come on. I am dodging. Alright. They're dead, thank God. The Great Old One. Felled by lightning in 1937, this exceptionally tall rocky mountain, Douglas Fair something, was over 200 years old. According to local legends, it stretched behind the stars after it fell. It was measured to be 66 meters tall, nearly a record length. It's a very big tree. Is there anything else I can do? Oh, hello, boys. Well, I have 2 bullets left. After that, I assume I'm going to smack them with my gun. Okay, I'm officially out of ammo. Okay. So we have a checkpoint and I don't have any bullets. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, I got some revolver ammo. Alright. Bear alert. Uh-huh. I see. Wait, where did you come from? I'm stuck! I'm stuck! I'm stuck! There's too many boys, I'm just going to run away. Oop. Okay. Apparently this is a dead end, so I don't want to go this way. Hold on. Is there more ammo somewhere? I need more ammo. I can definitely kill all of them if I had a bit more ammo. Is there like a cache or something? This is that. We have a thermos. I guess we have something. Maybe I can throw the thermos at the enemy. I do have like 20 of them, so I definitely have enough to kill them. Oh, what's that? The taken are filled with darkness. Uh-huh. Well. Hello, boys. I'm just going to dodge everything. Well, if I can. I literally got knocked out in 2 seconds. Okay, this guy is coming from there and there is a light over there. So, I think I need to go over there. Okay, that's fine. Okay, new plan. New plan. I almost made it. I was very close this time. Kinda. Wait, come on, I made it! I was literally standing on the light. What do you mean? I was standing on the light. Okay. Okay, fine. Fine. You want to pray like that? I will pray like that. Okay. Maybe I should kill a couple of them. Not all of them, just a couple of them. And then it will make it a bit easier to pass through. I don't have ammo for all of them, but I do have ammo for some of them. Like, I don't have enough ammo for the big guy. But I can definitely delay him. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. I can't even shoot some of them because the rest of them are... the rest of them are like coming right around me. I think I literally have to dodge the entire way. Okay. I'm pressing the dodge button. Okay. Okay. Nice and slow. Nice and slow. That's fine. That's fine. That's still fine. No, that's not fine. Come on! I was on the light again. Oh. Oh, did the game die? Oh, we're having some more time. Oh boy. Oh boy. Did the game crash? Yep, the game crashed. Well done. Apparently my dodging skills were too strong, the game literally closed itself. Okay, let's keep that. Continue game. Let's see how far back they are placing me. Okay, I'm right over here. Nice. I'm dodging, but it doesn't dodge. It's a struggle. The struggle is real. I need to kill them, but I can't kill them because they... okay. There is just too many. Okay. Okay. I made it. Alright. I have 0 bullets, but I made it. Oh god. And hello to Mr. Guga. You came right in time to see me surviving this madness. How do I get in? Oh look, it's another thermos. Could always use more thermoses. Oh my god. The tree this ring was cut from started growing in 1846, the year the Oregon Treaty was signed. Other notable events marked on the rings: 1853, the Washington Territory was formed; 1878, the foundation of Bright Falls Mining Co. and the town itself; 1889, Washington was granted statehood; 1929, 3 damage in the forest fire, and blah blah. Okay, I don't care. I don't care. Oh no. Oh no, really? I have no bullets, sir. Sir, can you hold? Well, until I get my bullets. Oh god. Okay. Okay. Don't mind me. I'm just going back to the light. Don't mind me. Yep. Well, at least I'm starting from here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, but I'm starting from here. Let me in. Okay, I can pass through that. Okay, cool. Okay. Looks safe enough. Please keep doors closed. Oh god. Ah. Well. I made it. Who's that?
Come on, we gotta get moving. More of them coming.
That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares won't keep the bastards away.
Cool, thank you. Oh, hello there, Mason. How are you doing?
You can see them too? Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move. Why? Because that's the way the story goes. Yeah, but... Let's move! I lost my gun back there. Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake! You better keep up. You set him up, and I'll knock him down, Wake.
Okay. Apparently I have a partner now. Okay, cool. Oh god, no.
Lover's Peak. Right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off. Give me the gun. Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun!
No time for back talk. Hold them off, damn it.
Well, okay then. Apparently I need to survive only with flares. There you go. Take that.
Just a little longer. Scare them off. Get some light on those bastards.
Alright.
Just a little longer. I almost got it. Okay, it's open. Move it or lose it. Oh, you're feeling better now, Wake. All cozy and safe.
I don't know if I'm safe, but I'm definitely cozy.
Better get ready. They'll be on us soon.
Alright. Nice, we survived. We survived another night.
This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me
Oh
the
boy.
goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
Okay. Oh, my thermos. I need to pick up my thermos. Hold on. I can put this down. Let's quickly go pick up my thermos. There's one coming from the back. And go pick up my thermos real quick. Okay. Well, I'm out of flares. Any more flares? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Well.
There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
But we don't have enough flares for that.
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake.
There are only 4 flares inside this box. Kill him! Okay. Okay.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her now.
Well, he's now have a gun.
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
Okay. More ammo. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. Think I got everything. Alright. Alright. Okay, we don't have any loot apparently. I see you over there. I see you sneaking around. Where are you?
What the hell?
Rusty had warned me about these traps. It hurt like hell. I was stuck.
Okay, so the shiny thing was a trap. Good to know. I literally walked on it because it was shiny. Okay, I don't see anything. Another one. Can I do something with them? Or am I just supposed to look at them? Okay, it's basically like landmines, so I need to just walk around them, I guess. There are definitely a lot of them. Is that where I came from? I'm so lost. I'm so lost. Okay, let's just follow the trap pathway. I would assume it leads me somewhere. Okay, this one looks a bit different than the other one. Oh yeah, I look at the free games from Epic. This game is also from Epic. Both this one and the DLC. I got both of them from Epic as well. If you're, I don't remember, Mason, if you're on my Discord, but on my Discord I post whenever a giveaway happens. So like Epic giveaway or Steam giveaway or something giveaway. So I actually keep track of all of them whenever they are happening. Okay. Come on, let me up. Come on, you can do it. There you go. The browser uses a page where it shows what's free on Epic, Steam and Touch. I see. I just have like a bunch of like different sites that I visit daily to check what giveaways there are, and then I just post them on Discord. So I guess it's probably something similar to what you have. But the thing that I'm looking at also have giveaways in other stuff, not just Steam and Epic. It's also other sources. I have no idea where I'm going. Do I grab everything? I just grab everything. I don't necessarily play everything, because not all of them are like my type of game, but I just grab all of them, because like why not? It's not like it's costing me anything. And if one day I feel like, oh, you know what, I feel like trying this weird game I thought that I would never play, so I just grab everything. Yeah, play isn't my type. Also, play is very motion sickness inducing, so I don't think I'll play, but I do have it. Yeah, I have play on Epic. Yeah. Okay, this is where I grabbed my loot. I assume they want me to go to the house, which means I need to either come from this way or that way. There is also a thermos over there. Always got to get to grab my thermoses. You can't leave your home without your thermos. All 100 of them. Okay, we need to go this way. I think. Right? Wait, what? That's so confusing. We have this plank. Connect with this plank. Do they want me to drop down on that? There's no pathway. How far back does my free collection go? All the way back. All the way back. I got every single thing that Epic gave away. Okay, this is a checkpoint, so this is where I'm supposed to go, I guess. When did it start? That's a good question. That's a very good question. I have no idea. I mean, they started it... Hold on, I'll get back to you. Okay, I'm dead. They started it like straight up from when they launched Epic. So if you look the Epic Store launch date, that's probably more or less when they started. But I think I posted the giveaways ever since they started. So if you look at my Discord at the oldest message in the giveaway channel, maybe that's the date? I have no idea. It's possible. Okay. So far so good. Okay. I see you. Oh, there's another one. Alright. Alrighty. Let's reload my weapon. Okay, we have a checkpoint. Very nice, very nice. Oh, why hello there. I wish we had more bullets though. Anyway, I had a comment. Bad Note, Kingdom New Lands, Gnog, Abduction, Pinocchio, Cube 2, Rhyme, Stanley Parable. You might have played some of them. I actually didn't play these yet. I think that I looked at Gnog and no, it wasn't Gnog, was it something else? I don't remember, but no, I didn't play them. I did plan to play to some of them. I just my list is so big. My list of games to play is so big that I never get to them. But usually I try to like include a suggestion, like in my list. Like I do like a rotation of games. So like I play like between 5 to 6 rotations at a time of like different genres. And I try to include the suggestions that people give me in the rotation. At least like one suggestion within a rotation. So this way like I go to specific games and not like things that I just picked up for my whatever list I have. Or whatever I felt like it, I guess, at the moment. So, yeah. Like, for example, what is it called? Hellblade was suggested, and I played it like a couple of games ago. And there was a suggestion to play like a tactics game that I plan to play. It's in my planned games list. And there is some other stuff. I don't remember all of them. The list is too big for me to remember all of them. But that's usually how I go about it. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. My top 2 from that list would probably be Rhyme and Kingdom New Lands, if you want to add those two on this. If you have points, you can put it in the channel. I have like a game suggestion redemption, so you can do it there. Because I probably won't remember it. Unless like I have it written down somewhere. Like I have the option on Twitch, and also have on Discord a suggestion channel that will drop stuff in there. And then I pick it from there. Then I clean it once in a while. Once I play the game. Up to you. It's fine either way. I mean, I probably won't play them together, but yeah. I would like add one, then play the other games, then add another one, and so on and so forth. Usually the games that I have, I'm more likely to play them. It's the games that I don't have that are the issue, because I'm not going to go out of my way to like get a game that I don't have, because I still have plenty of other games to play. So, yeah. I think I went backward, because this area is where I picked all of my stuff. Which means, where am I going? All of those are for my pick. Yeah. I mean, like in general, because I have some games that people suggested that I don't have, so they are basically on the waiting list until I get them. Do I need to jump down? I mean, it's not very high. Focus.
I had heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here, but it was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
I actually think I also have Rime on Steam, now that I think about it. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm not sure if I was supposed to do that. But okay. Okay, I can't climb on the tree, obviously. Uh-huh. Okay. There we go. still don't know what to deal with the plane, but okay. I assume you don't like Dishonored, given that Prey isn't your kind of game. I'm not sure. Again, it depends. Depends on the game movement. Like, I don't like Prey because Prey. I don't like Prey for two reasons. Prey is just straight up jump scares, which I'm like, I don't care. It's not jump scares don't do anything for me, so I don't enjoy that. But also the movement in Prey is the kind of movement like that causing motion sickness, which is why I'm less inclined to play games like that. So it all depends rather Dishonored have the same type of movement, I guess, because Dishonored is not a horror game from what I remember. It's more like an FPS. So it depends on the movement in the game. I don't have a lot of jump scares. Again, the jump scares are the second reason. My first reason is the motion sickness. Whenever a game has motion sickness inducing movement, I just don't play them. Like, I don't want to vomit. I do not appreciate the sensation of vomiting and the headache that comes with it. Okay, okay. And there'll be lights. Okay, there we go. Oh boy, well, I don't have bullets. That's going to be bad. Okay, there we go. Let's heal up a bit. Let's get out of here. Like, even in this game, some of the movement is sometimes a bit too jerky for my taste. Like, it's not going to cause me motion sickness probably, but I do have a light headache. So yeah. In general, I don't play that many games like that. Most of the horror games that I play are 2D type of horror games, I guess. Like Distraint and The Coma. Even though the Alice Madness movement wasn't bad for me, so sometimes certain 3D games work properly for me. Okay. I have 3 bullets. Let's go. Okay, we need to go up the ladder. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Well done. Where am I? Oh. I didn't notice that. Okay, got some ammo. Nice. Okay. Well, up we go. Oh, I see. Oh, alright. Ah yes, more thermos. Oh please. I don't know why they're giving me so much coffee. It isn't like I can drink it. Do I read the manuscripts? I read a few of them, but basically the manuscripts describe what we are seeing. So I don't really find a lot of use to reading them, but I can read them later, I guess. It's just in general that they just describe the entire thing, so like... Okay, so I read all of these up until here. But it was basically just describing everything that we see. So it's like, I don't know what I feel, how I feel about it. I also have a couple of these here. So it's kind of spread around for whatever reason. I think the place is falling apart. You read them out of habit? Yeah, usually I also read like all of the information in the game. But since it doesn't really add anything, it just describes whatever I see. I figured I probably can skip it. Because it doesn't seem that important.
Beware of widowmakers.
Go away. Okay. A hunting rifle? That's new. Okay. Okay, let's get out. You're too used to Widowmaker in TF2 and Overwatch that you forgot it's an actual yeah, it's an actual gun. Am I supposed to go up on the roof? Maybe? No. Where am I going? Yeah, that doesn't open up. Oh, okay, I see. Nada. Alright. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Okay, easy enough. Okay, cool. Full ammo again. Campgrounds. I agree. Oh, hello. Yeah, that's better for this guy. It makes life easier. It's a bit too quiet now. Makes me worried how quiet it is. Make it to the woods. That's apparently my objective. Okay. Right, phone call. Moshi Moshi.
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way.
Don't open the door.
What, am I crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on.
Okay. You have a surprise dentist. I don't know if I would call it a good surprise. Surprise dentist. But have a good rest. Hopefully the dentist won't surprise you too much, I guess. Or you surprise him. I mean, it's probably the other way around. You are surprising him. But have a good rest.
I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
Okay. Oh, okay, so it's a routine checkup. It's not something out of the ordinary. Yeah, see ya. Have a good rest. I think I need to go there probably. Let's do this first. Manger. I find it interesting that there is a hunting rifle ammo in the women's bathroom, and there are no toilets. How are ladies using the bathroom without any toilets? It's not a shower.
I had to find the key to the garage.
It's a very weird toilet. Wait, the men's...
the garage key to get to the car.
The men's have toilets, but the ladies don't? Okay. Interesting. Oh. I don't understand.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
Okay. So it's all to come into someone or in the bathroom. It's not polite. You need to let me do my business. Is there anything else here? Yeah, time to go. Am I going to drive it? Oh my god, I'm actually driving it, okay. Accelerate with the right trigger. Okay, this one. Steer. Okay. Let me reverse real quick. He's still alive. Okay. Well, we're going to keep doing it until you're dead. Ah, okay, we need to first flash him. There we go. That's how you do it. Alright. This is not the way. Okay. So, where is Billy? I assume I need to follow the map thingy, the top left. Is that where Barry is? Okay, I can't go up like that. Okay. I thought I heard something, but apparently not.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing. It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
It's not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
Okay, this is where I already was earlier. So there is no supplies over here.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
Save Barry from the birds. Okay. But first, there is the...
I am so glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I blocked the chimney. This isn't normal. These birds are weird.
Pretty sure I saw something to pick up. So violent, oh god. Oh my god, what is that madness? I'm dodging.
They're gone.
Okay. Okay.
Al, I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour. See you soon.
She sounds
Have a great
different.
day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the old dear diner.
Good girl.
She looks very happy. Okay. End of episode 2. I'm going to mute it just in case this is DMCA. I will listen to it. Last time I skipped it because I wasn't sure whether it's DMC or not. But this time I actually want to listen to it to see if there is anything here. And also it's giving me the opportunity to stretch, I guess. Okay, I don't think there is anything here, we can just skip it. Let me unmute it.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, So much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Cool story, bro.
Come
I'll
on,
check
mister.
out.
I'll take you to Rose's trailer.
Yeah. Give me a second. Let me check out this area. Rose can wait. It's not Rose anyway. It's something. It's something very happy. I don't know if I'm happy to see it, but we shall find out in a moment.
Listen, I got things to do. This place don't run itself.
Yeah. Just move on. Okay. Interesting. We can hear someone chopping wood, but we can't see anyone.
Break, mister. Can we just get a move on?
You're so slow, what do you want from me? If you moved quicker, it would be less of an issue.
Yeah, how about that? It was there in the morning, as if it had fallen from the sky. But it would take a tornado to lift something like that. We're damn lucky it didn't crush any of the trailers.
Okay, move on. Come on. Why, hello there, bots. Have I been infested by bots? I need to add your garbage to my stuff. But hello, bots. Let me give you a quick kick in the ass. That's one. That's two. Thank you for dropping by, and goodbye. Alright. We will get there one day.
It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Yes, we shall get there one day. I believe in it. Can I just go to the door and it will just teleport to me? Hello?
Welcome to... Oh dear. Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey, this is really good! Rose.
Yes.
My manuscript. I really need it.
I understand.
I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry. She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al, what's... Oh...
And...
Barry! What? What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Interesting.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
I can also feel it. Just not the same thing. Okay.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road.
Don't mind me, I'm just going to take my coffee. Okay. Time to wake up, Barry.
He was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
Okay, well, I guess we're leaving well behind.
Right. I deserve more money.
What about
Welcome
this
to the Oh Dear
this
Diner.
basket case?
What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you. A nice day. Come back soon.
Okay, well. I shall take my leave then. Unless you got some ammunition in your house, I would love that.
My gun and flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
Yeah, I can stay there. No one is after him anyway. Okay.
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air. Let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. But I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hey, Pat, it's Walt Snyder.
What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I ain't the way you are, bud. Well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but... I ain't been drinking either, you know? I just...
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
I had a, argument with Danny. You know Danny, and, then I got in trouble with the law, you know, and, I'm just, well...
I heard something like that, Walt.
Yeah, well, you know, Danny's my best friend, and, they let me out on bail today. And now I'm just alone here at the window, you know, waiting. Man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. You know, something's gonna happen. You know, I think I better go.
Well, Walt, maybe...
No, thanks, Pat.
Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
Yes, man. That is something else, man. I don't know, man. There's so many men, man. So what am I doing here? Apparently I'm collecting more coffee. The coffee in this town keep on kissing. I need to take it away from them. There is too much caffeine being consumed. Interesting. Okay.
Oh, you're gonna get it now.
Come on,
God
don't.
knows what you've done to
What?
that poor girl.
I didn't do
This is
anything.
Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest. You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face. Stay right where you are, Slane! What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
I hated to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake. Come on. Make it easy on him.
Get after him! Don't let him get away! Move it! Move it! Move it! I'll have you shot if you let him get away!
Okay, apparently we just need to escape the police, so... Oh. That's actually easier than the other stuff, probably.
There he is! Free!
You see nothing.
Okay, men. Keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it through here.
Damn.
Wait! I see Wait! Man out! God damn it! Where did he go? Where is he? Wait! God damn it! Where did he go? Lead the way! Keep an eye out! He's gone! Come on, guys! We need to head him off!
Okay. Got another Manuscript. Huh. Well, at least they won't blame me for that. Can I take a weapon? I would like to take your weapon, please. Right, there's no one in the car.
Search the area. Stay sharp. This way. Over here.
Well, at least my demons are taking care of them. I don't need to bother, I just need to keep running away.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
Okay, don't I can't. Hello?
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run. Freeze!
Thank you, builds. Whatever, let's go up. Okay. I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over.
Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, what you... Come on!
Sit down and give me that. James, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over. We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, if you know what I mean. Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over. Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over. Oh yeah, I bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
Okay. So, at least we know they're quote-unquote safe to some degree.
I could see the lights of the radio station in the distance.
Radio station. Okay, I assume that's where I need to go, probably.
I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine. Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without light.
Okay. Is there anything else I can do then?
There was no power to the searchlight.
No power to the searchlight. Can I get power for it? All right.
The old generator conked out. I'd have to see if I could fix it and try again.
That seemed like a good way to fix it. Alright, nice. Is that the way I'm supposed to go? Yeah, because I can't go up down. Okay. Okay. Checkpoint H, nice. Okay, another one of these. Okay, I've got a flashlight. Alright.
It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Team 1, come in. Over. Team 1, this is Sheriff Breaker. Report. Over. Team 2, come in. I need a report. Over. Come on, guys. Talk to me. Come in, please. Over.
Alright. Interesting mechanic. Okay, I should always aim to get both of them together, because if not I will run out of them. Let's see what we got.
And here's another call. You're on KBFFM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10, 15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
I'm certainly going to give the station a call, Milt.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Why hello there, Mr. Lone. Entering water and posture check? Yeah, I don't need to do that. At least the water part. My posture I think is fine, probably. I'm shrimping a bit, not too much. How are you doing, Mr. Lowe? Enjoying the game? It's okay. And the movement is a bit hard for me in some parts. I'm starting to get a headache. So, you know. But it's okay. I mean, you know me in horror games. It's a questionable thing. Like, so far the story is like, eh. Alright. I'm good, smashing Resident Evil games left and right. Finished Resident Evil 2 and 3. And now on Resident Evil 3. Eating dinner right now. Yeah, Resident Evil games are rather short. So it's easy to get through them. Like, I think the speedruns for most of them is like an hour or something. So they are very quick games, if you know what you're doing, that is. Oh, you're still alive. Yeah. Alright. There we go, checkpoint.
Could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
I still haven't played Alan Wake American Nightmare. I think it's called. Yeah, that's the DLC. I was thinking maybe to play it after I play this one. So like I play all of it because the DLC is relatively short. But we shall see. Also, hello there, Sarkados. How are you doing? And yes, I am awake. I have a light headache because you know, 3D games. But so far it's not so bad, I guess. I do wish they didn't add the blur effect, because the blur effect is a bit yikes for me, but So far it's going relatively well. Turn it off. I wish I could. I wish I could. It's not a blur effect in the settings. It's a blur effect whenever enemies show up. It's like it's intended. So yeah.
Come on in, Mr. Wake. Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt.
Whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him. What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
Alright. So now we got a gun. Well. All right.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
What? The darkness controls the Taken. Okay, we also got a shotgun, very nice. Oh god. I guess there is something behind me over there or something. I don't know. Let's try it again. Okay. That was easy. Alright then. I guess I could have done this, so then everything is like covered. But I feared something else apparently. Oh no 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 no. We aren't falling off the cliff again. Okay, more menu skip pages. Okay. We are fully stocked now. Moshi Moshi.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan, I'm so afraid. Keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me.
Is there a cache over here? I definitely could use more resources. Where is my cache? Why hello there. Okay. Shotgun ammo. 3 flares, very nice, very nice. Well, good thing I'm right next to a cache. Okay, cool.
I could see a railway bridge up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there. That was pursuing me was growing stronger.
Alright, not this way.
Everything in its path.
Excuse me? Sit down.
And a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Okay. What am I supposed to do though?
That was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path. Of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Well, I definitely need to open up the door there in order to go through, but how am I supposed to reach it if I can't? If I don't have enough resources to turn off all of the flying objects.
That was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path. What the hell?
Goodbye. Ow. Ow. Up.
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Press B to switch to a heavy-duty flashlight. I'm pressing B, nothing happens. Hold down B. Okay, there we go. You get a second apparently. Find the vehicle. How do I get out of here? Hello? Okay. Any other resources before I leave? Think I'm good. Okay. In light, you can help them. Okay, time to watch TV.
We take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derlis' trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derlith, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition, but you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course, Mr. Derlith.
Well, I guess that's the least What would I have to do?
Oh, Here, let me show you with a kiss.
She's a succubus. And I'm dead. Oh, he's dead. Someone is dead.
Oh, Mr. Tykirou, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host his 1,000 young, and all shall be glory.
Oh, it's a saga scene. It's when the lady put a bunch of golds into their bodies, you know, to watch.
Alvin Derleth learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit. In Night Springs.
Uh-huh. Okay. Pick up an escape page. Okay. Still, I'm looking for a vehicle, apparently. That looks like a vehicle. Do you mind, sir? I'm trying to fight you. Okay, well. Okay, we are like right at the start of the fight. Alright, but I think that's actually where I'm going to end for today. My headache is just starting to get to the point where I don't like it. So it's slightly earlier than what we usually end, but I need a break, and it's very warm in my room because the game is very demanding on my PC. So the GPU is like running very hard. So yeah, let us wrap it up for today. Alright, so thank you for watching, thank you for hanging out, and thank you for keeping company. But that shall be it for today. Is there anyone online? Butterscotch Gaming just came online. You can go to Butterscotch Gaming. X just started, I believe. Yeah, it's X. Okay. So let's go over and hang out with Mr. X chapters, also known as Mr. Butterscotch. So yeah. So once again, thank you everyone. And I shall see you all next time for more Alan Wake. Hopefully my headache will subside by then. But yeah. Anyway, thank you, and bye-bye.